Meeting open at 7 p.m. and welcome everyone to this public meeting. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I extend that respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander person here this evening. It is my prayer that as elected representatives, we speak respectfully and consider the needs of all current and future residents, as well as the impacts on the environment in which we live. Tonight, I would appreciate it if everyone present in this room allows us to make decisions free of interjections so that we can make the best possible decisions for the community. In particular, I would like to call out a few rules and expectations. 1, we will have one person speaking at a time. The councillors will signal to me their interest and I will invite each of them to speak when appropriate. 2, the public has a right to attend this meeting as an observer. However, members of the public gallery are to observe in silence so as to allow the councillors to focus on decision making. 3, as per clause 5.31 of the Code of Meeting Practice, this council meeting is being recorded and it is being made available live via the council website. For the councillors, only councillors and staff will be shown on camera. And for the councillors participating in this meeting, I would also ask them under clause 5.30 to refrain from making potentially defamatory statements. 4, clause 2.1 of the Code of Meeting Practice outlines the principle for all meeting attendees to treat each other with respect and to behave in a way that contributes to the orderly conduct of the meeting. In particular, for councillors, this means that their speeches and questions should remain on topic and genuinely focused on exploring the issue at hand, rather than on casting other councillors or members of the public in bad light. As chair, I will be ruling speeches and questions as out of order if I believe that what is being said is not consistent with our meeting principles in clause 2.1. 5, if any councillor would like to raise a point of order as per clause 15.1 of the Code of Meeting Practice, I ask that they turn on their mic and say point of order. I will then pause the timer and allow the councillor to raise their concern before I rule on whether it is a valid point of order. 6, council may close part of the meeting to deal with certain confidential matters in accordance with Section 10A of the Local Government Act. These discussions will not be open to the public or the press and will not be webcast. So there are no apologies for councillors. Are there any apologies for staff?
Mr. Mayor, there are no apologies from staff.
Okay. Are there any conflict of interest declarations for councillors? No? Okay. Are there any conflict of interest declarations for staff?
Mr. Mayor, there are no conflict of interest declarations from staff.
Are there any documents circulated in the councillors' papers to be dealt with at the appropriate time during the meeting?
There is, Mr. Mayor. There's MM1 Housing Policy Updates, April 2024.
Okay. Are there any reports to be considered in a closed meeting and not released to the press and public?
There is, Mr. Mayor. There is C1 Linfield Village Hub Confidential Update with 2 attachments.
So I seek a motion for these reports to remain confidential. Moved by Councillor Lennon, seconded by Councillor A. Taylor. All those in favour? That is unanimous? Yep, that's unanimous. Cool. Okay, so can I please get a motion to confirm the minutes of the previous meeting? Moved by Councillor Wheatley, seconded by Councillor Smith on this occasion. All those in favour? That is it? Oh, you weren't there. Well, okay, yes, that is unanimous. Okay. All right. Okay, now we have one mayoral minute, which I will read out. Mayoral Minute 1, Housing Policy Update. So this mayoral minute provides a history for noting on local activity regarding the state Labor government's proposed housing policies. On the 9th of November 2023, the Mayor received a letter from the Minister of Planning and Public Spaces hinting that in response to the National Housing Accord, there would be substantial uplift in density across New South Wales, involving the redefinition of the housing stock that low and mid-rise residential zones could take. At the next ordinary meeting of Council on 21st of November 2023, Council resolved that the Mayor would write to the Planning Minister to outline Council's concerns about the feasibility of what was proposed. On the 24th of November 2023, the Mayor wrote a letter to the Planning Minister requesting a meeting to discuss Council's concerns. And on the 27th of November 2023, the Minister's office responded by saying that they are open to a meeting to discuss broader housing targets. That meeting was later confirmed to be 15th of February 2024 and later postponed by the Minister to 29th of February 2024. On Tuesday, the 28th of November 2023, the State Government released a media statement announcing upcoming reforms to low and mid-rise housing. The details of this reform, in its explanation of intended effect, were not made public until the 18th of December, at which point a public feedback process was made available over the Christmas holidays and due the 23rd of February 2024. Regarding a separate transport-oriented development SEP, TOD-SEP, this was first hinted when the New South Wales Government accidentally published its intention to rezone 31 train stations on the 5th of December 2023. The web page was quickly pulled down, but in the media, the parameters of 400-metre radius, 21-metre height, FSR 3:1 were rumoured for stations including Roseville, Linfield, Killara and Gordon. The details were released in a late December attachment. There was no community consultation process for the TOD-SEP. Regarding details of the TOD-SEP, representatives from the Department of Planning met with council staff on 16th of January 2024, then followed up by a 30-minute meeting with councillors on 24th of January 2024. In these meetings, there was no genuine exchange of ideas. It was merely a top-down presentation of what the state government was going to impose on councils across New South Wales. Council staff and councillors expressed their concerns, but there was no sense that concerns around the details were genuinely being heard. On 29th of February 2024, over 3 months after requesting the original meeting, the Minister for Planning finally met with the Mayor and staff. Here, the Mayor's expectation was that it was to discuss broader housing targets, as per the email correspondence. However, at this meeting, the Minister was clear that he was not interested in discussing the housing targets for the low and mid-rise housing SEP, and that he was only there to talk about the TOD-SEP. The Minister said that if councils were to establish a new local environment plan that met or exceeded housing targets, then the requirements of the SEP would be set aside. The Mayor and council staff said that if a new LEP was to be established, the preference would be to review the entire LGA in one go. It would not be efficient to start a process for the TOD-SEP area, followed by the low and mid-rise housing SEP area a few months later. To revise the LEP for the entire LGA, housing targets for the entire LGA would be required, as was the original scope of the meeting. The Minister said that housing targets will not be provided for the low and mid-rise housing SEP area, and that housing targets for the TOD-SEP would be provided later in the week. The Minister offered the prospect of a 6-month deferred commencement for local planning at some of the TOD-SEP sites. However, he required at least one to commence April 2024 as announced. The Mayor and council staff said that 6 months was not a realistic timeframe for planning in line with department guidelines and public expectation. The Mayor said that 12 to 18 months would be more realistic. The department staff promised to provide council staff with a copy of the draft TOD-SEP prior to its gazettal. And the Minister and Mayor thanked each other for the productive conversation, and the Minister said that they would meet again the following week. On 1st of March 2024, the department contacted council to inform that each of the 4 TOD-SEP locations was expected to take on 4,500 to 5,000 new dwellings within a 400-metre radius. On the following week, and after robust discussions with councillors at a workshop, the Mayor was looking forward to a constructive second meeting with the Minister as promised. where he hoped to further explore a 12 to 18-month deferred commencement. But closer to the meeting date of 8th of March 2024, he was told that he would be excluded from the meeting. Only department staff and the council staff met on the 8th of March 2024. On the evening of 11th of April 2024, Minister Scully issued a letter to council addressing the department's position on heritage conservation, traffic and local roads, and tree canopy. The department issued a statement the following day claiming that 12 out of 13 councils had collaborated on the TODSEP, but implied that Ku-ring-gai had not. Other councillors had been offered deferred commencements ranging from 3 to 15 months, which for Labour-led councils happens to defer the issue to the other side of the local government elections. From the Mayor's perspective, the message about Ku-ring-gai not being willing to collaborate does not feel genuine. The first meeting took over 3 months for the Minister to commit to, and the second meeting was cancelled. On the 12th of April 2024, the Mayor issued a response to the Minister addressing weaknesses in the department's position regarding heritage conservation, traffic and local roads, and tree canopy. He also said that despite the rhetoric of non-cooperation, he was still willing for the promised second meeting with the Minister. From the Mayor's perspective, the Minister had cancelled the meeting as he had not been interested in cooperating on reasonable terms. As of today, Council waits to receive a draft of the TODSEP as promised prior to the gazettal. Having said that, it is also clear that the Department's current position is to impose the TODSEP on Gordon, Killara, Linfield and Roseville later this month, with an additional 18 to 20,000 dwellings to be added in the next 15 years. The impact of this on our heritage conservation areas, urban canopy and local congestion will be profound, and while it will be accompanied by over 200 million of housing contributions to the state, not a single cent has been committed to improving local open space, active transport, roads, education, health, or any other infrastructure. Meanwhile, targets from the low and mid-rise housing SEP have yet to be revealed, although the 42-page explanation of intended effect provides sufficient detail to conservatively anticipate the doubling of Ku-ring-gai's population as a combination of both SEPs. Once again, the impacts are profound, and while hundreds of millions of housing contributions will go to the state, not a single cent has been promised for improving local infrastructure. So the recommendation here is that Council notes and receives this mayoral minute. Does anyone like to speak to this? Councillor Lennon.
I might just take the opportunity to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for this summation. I think it demonstrates that this council has, in good faith, sought to engage with the state government. We have consulted. And I think it's very good to put this on the record. We have concerns for what the government's proposals do for the people of New South Wales. And we have always sought to bring that to the attention of the government in good faith, because we see a common interest in the well-being of the people of the state. This is not about Ku-ring-gai, this is about New South Wales. And it's about New South Wales now into the future. And I was thinking as I was listening to you, issues of heritage, of natural environment, it's so shared. I want people across Sydney and across New South Wales to enjoy the heritage and local environment. And I would really like Chris Minns to come walking with me around the streets of Gordon and Killara and see the heritage that is his, as well as everybody else's. We don't need to own it. I would like the Premier to sit with me in the gardens of Errolby and see the ambience that is under threat by the proposals, not of anything that could happen to Errolby, but what could happen to the surrounding properties. So I thank you again for bringing this to the public attention, and I repeat that we remain willing and enthusiastic to engage with the government.
Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I would have to say that I normally support your mayoral minute. However, I can't support this one for the following reasons. I know the intent is genuine and the intent is positive. However, I can't support this because as a lawyer, you are asking me to endorse your statement of affairs. So I wasn't present in all those meetings, and I've got no evidence of all those things that's been said. And they're basically hearsay evidence, and I can't endorse it for that reason. Not because of the intent, but because I wasn't there, and I can't say that I've witnessed all those things. So I just want to clarify that.
Sure.
Yeah, I can't support this for that reason, and not because of your intent. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any other speakers? If not, we will put this to a vote. All those in favour? That is everyone except for Councillor Spencer, and those who are against, it's Councillor Spencer. We move now on to petitions. So are there any petitions that have been received? Councillor Greg Taylor first on the line.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, so I have one petition here submitted by Mr. Kenny Tian. It's regarding an objection to the building of a childcare centre on the site of 5 Holmes Street, Turramurra. It's for 7 reasons that they're objecting to this. Causing further traffic congestion, dramatically increases safety risk to both pedestrians and drivers alike. The proposed childcare centre is an oversized building. The proposed childcare centre is an unnecessary development, inappropriate commercial development in a low-density residential area. The proposed childcare centre is not environmentally friendly, and it will create noise pollution. As of this morning, there was 167 signatures, and so if the appropriate staff member could have a look at that, that'd be great.
So we're going to, you're moving and we're seeking a seconder that this petition be received and provided with the appropriate officer for noting and action. So moved by Councillor Greg Taylor, seconded by Councillor Pettit. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Councillor Pettit, do you have a petition?
I do indeed. This is a tad embarrassing because I've got the same petition. So I'm not quite sure why it was given to both councillors, but again, this is in regards to halting the construction of a large childcare centre at 5 Holmes Street, Turramurra. When I printed it off, it was 166 signatures. So, same thing.
All right, sure. So
Received
that's
and referred to the
moved by
appropriate officer.
Pettit, seconded by Councillor Greg Taylor. All those in support, in favour? That is unanimous. Any other petitions? If not, I would like to invite councillors to nominate any items on the agenda that they wish to have a site inspection for. And there are none. Now, can I please ask a councillor to nominate any items on the agenda that they wish to adopt in accordance with the officer's recommendation, allowing for minor changes without debate. So we've got Councillor Alec Taylor's light on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move the following items for voting without debate. GB items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with the removal of the word weather, which is a minor change, 7, 8, and that I believe is all of the GB items, and C1. And as the original submitter of Notice of Motion 6, I would like
Sorry,
to
can
also... Beg your pardon?
I'm sorry, can I withdraw C1, please? Thank you.
C1 withdrawn.
Okay.
Are you moving NM6 at the same time?
And I would like to move NM6 as one of the original submitters of that motion for being voted on without debate.
So basically all the GB items with GB6 removing the word weather and NM6. Any further withdrawals? If not, we seek a seconder. Councillor Lennon was first on that occasion. So all those in favour? That is unanimous. Okay, so would anyone else like to move an NM? So Deputy Mayor Kay.
I'd like to move NM1, but just a slight variation which I can incorporate in the original. So NM1, NM2, NM5, which without debate. but with one modification.
Can everyone see the NM1 modification so they know what is being proposed? Otherwise, it starts
It's
if you don't
just
see.
simple. I can read it out if you'd like.
No, sorry, I can't see.
Yeah, so
Governance
if we can
cabinet.
pull it up on a screen, that
We are
would be,
moving without debate, if we can
Yeah.
have a look later on.
yeah.
We may not debate it, but
Just the,
Let,
can
let's,
you see it with the highlight? Maybe not.
so there's one minor amendment to
So it's
NM,
just to that.
well, change to NM1.
Yeah, it's just adding, it previously said allocate a 100K budget to undertake the work, which just says, council recognises the need to have an affordable housing policy in place to support emerging state government policy obligations.
I'm sorry, I have to withdraw that.
Okay, so NM1 is withdrawn, but NM2 and NM5 moved.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to withdraw NM5, thank you.
NM5 withdrawn. NM2 moved without debate, seconded by Councillor Pettit. All those in favour? That is unanimous, so NM2 is done. So that leaves NM3 and 4. Are we debating that? Are we moving it without debate? Otherwise, there's lots of lights on, so I'll just look at lights. Councillor Spencer's light is on.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Lennon's light is on.
So I think Councillor Ward wants to move NM3, don't you?
Yeah, if I could. NM3?
NM3, okay. Is it as printed or is it as per something else?
Sorry?
Would you like to move NM3 as printed or move something?
We do have an amendment.
You want to do it without debate? Okay, well, put it up on screen and then councillors can look at it and decide quickly, do you want to move this without debate or do you want to just pull it and have a bit more? Yeah, so,
Well, I actually wish to second it, but then I want to move an amendment to it, if I may.
then withdraw it and debate it.
Just let it go with both ways.
Just wait for general business. If we want to debate it, move amendments, this and that, it's not the time for that in this section of doing things without debate. So
We'll withdraw those and do NM3 and NM4 together then afterwards? Is that
yeah,
right?
you can do those afterwards in the next section. Yeah. So that's all the items. So in summary,
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, can you just clarify
What?
the GBs and NMs that's been
yep.
passed without
So
debate?
what has been moved without debate and voted in is GB1, GB2, GB3, GB4, GB5, GB6 with weather deleted, GB7, GB8 and NM6. Those have all been voted through without debate. C1 has been withdrawn, the Linfield Village Hub. NM1, Affordable Housing Policy, has been withdrawn. NM5, the Low and Mid-Rise SEP Community Forums, has been withdrawn. NM2 has been voted without debate, and NM3 and 4 remain open. So that is a summary of items. of that.
NM5?
NM5 has been withdrawn. Yep. Okay.
Thank you.
So we are moving on to general business now. So the first item for general business would be NM1, which is the affordable housing policy. So seeking a mover from, I'm assuming, the person who wrote it. So moved by Councillor Kay, seconded by Councillor Greg Taylor. So Deputy Mayor Kay, please speak to it.
Thank you. I'll just be quick. It actually is quite lengthy in the notice of motion, so it's quite explanatory. The Ku-ring-gai Council area is one of the least affordable residential areas in the Greater Sydney metropolitan region. Many councils in the Sydney region already have affordable housing strategies and policies in place that proactively deliver affordable housing. Affluent areas like Willoughby and Waverley have implemented effective affordable housing strategies. As a council, we need to take a proactive approach to affordable housing. The affordability of suitable housing is a critical issue for social sustainability, well-being and resilience of the local Ku-ring-gai community. Affordable housing provides an opportunity to reduce gaps in and the displacement of certain population groups in affluent areas. Affordable housing creates self-sufficiency on a local level by enabling local areas to have a mixed and growing population across age groups, genders, household types and employment profiles. It is important to be able to age in place in suitable housing, to retain connections to our area in our life circumstances change, and to be able to sustain access to a variety of services without employees enduring unsustainable commuting times. The local strategic planning statement adopted in March 2020 and the Ku-ring-gai housing strategy in 2036 outlines the importance of affordable housing to maintain the local residential and business community fabric. Both documents propose actions like conducting a housing affordable study to understand the needs of residents and workers and exploring viable options for affordable housing. While understating case studies from other councils from relevant, we can also start the process of affordable housing strategy and contribution scheme. This resolution is to communicate its willingness to support additional housing through careful planning that balances urban development with environmental consideration. It calls for a comprehensive approach to establish policies and mechanisms for the effective delivery and management of affordable housing. These are not isolated measures, but part of the comprehensive approach to ensure Ku-ring-gai evolves as a resilient, diverse and inclusive community. The 100K budget, and we can ask questions about that later, isn't just an expenditure but an investment in our community's future, ensuring that growth and development are inclusive and that we have a sustainable, vibrant and inclusive future for the benefit of the Ku-ring-gai community.
So, Councillor Greg Taylor, as the seconder, would you like to speak?
Firstly, I'd like to commend Councillor Kay for this notice of motion. It's extremely important and I'm greatly looking forward to this meeting. So there's all sorts of talk of housing crisis at the moment, and this is aimed at addressing part of that problem. It's an extremely complex issue which requires serious consideration and strategic approach to try and ensure that there's, in our society, there's demographic diversity. And yes, I just encourage everybody to support this so we can accommodate for all facets of our community. Thank you.
Next up is Councillor Alec Taylor.
Thank you. I believe that most people in Ku-ring-gai understand and acknowledge that there's a housing crisis and that Ku-ring-gai needs to make a contribution to that crisis, to fixing it, to solving the crisis. They expect us to plan for the housing needs of future generations and provide a diverse range of housing. The City of Sydney recently put on a great working session for local government on this subject, and I thank them for hosting it. It highlighted that affordable housing is very difficult to deliver anywhere, and particularly in areas where property values are relatively high, like Ku-ring-gai. I see this motion as an opportunity to explore the feasibility of affordable housing in Ku-ring-gai and produce a fact base that we can rely on to educate our community. There's certainly a lot of uncertainty and misinformation about affordable housing in our community. I'm not sure that we would get all the way to the delivery of a housing policy, an affordable housing policy, and I'm not sure that we would spend all of the $100,000 that has been allocated in the budget for this motion. But I still think we should do the work so that we have a good fact base that we can rely upon.
Next up, Councillor Spencer.
Thank you. I'd like to commend Councillor Kay, Deputy Mayor, for putting up this motion. And the reason I withdrew this is because I think this motion is too important to be a tick and flick. We should talk about this because this is a very important motion, and I am in favor of this motion. I will support this. There are some examples. Well, I understand this is for affordable housing. For instance, there was a councillor in the City of Sydney. I'm sure some of you would be aware of, and she lives in a government housing, and it was really very tough. But she did her community work as a councillor, even though she was living in community housing. So affordable housing is important because we need to reach out to all aspects of life and people, not just the affluent, but the forgotten people as well. And therefore, I requested this motion to be withdrawn because I like to know the details and I like to hear what the other councillors think of this motion, which I think it is very important. And a council such as Ku-ring-gai, if we are not at the forefront of doing this, we are not doing our civic duty. And I'm sure there are some historical examples of very, very rich people on the Titanic. Yes, you can verify that. And they gave up their seats to their mates. They gave up their seats, to young kids, even though they are entitled in life. And they gave up their seats, their life, their wealth, and everything for those people. Why can't we consider this as an object for Ku-ring-gai? So I will fully support this. Thank you.
Councillor Lennon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'm not sure that we're on the Titanic, but with what the New South Wales government is doing in terms of the housing, it does feel a little bit like the Titanic, a beautiful place to be, but perhaps headed towards an iceberg. I just wanted to take a moment to endorse Councillor Alec Taylor's comments. We were both at the Housing and Affordable and Social Housing Summit. And I like this motion because it is open-ended. It's about collecting information. The philosophy is commendable. And I think as Councillor Alec Taylor hinted, this is not easy. We shouldn't get our hopes up that this is a solution that's going to be easily in the offing. In many ways, it's probably more of a state government issue to be dealing with, but I think Councillor Spencer is correct, and Councillor Kay with the motion. We as a council can be in there exploring ideas and seeing what we can do. And this is about collecting information, it's about analysis, it's about developing housing policy, and I don't know what that will end up being. But I commend the motion for asking the questions and investigating. Thank you.
I would speak in favour of this motion as well. I note that in our public forum last month, there was a speaker who was against this motion, but the reality of it, and that speaker's view was that, affordable housing isn't the role of local government. But having said that, I personally believe that we have to do this. It's a requirement of the law. We're having a TODCEP that's coming in place in the next few weeks, and that'll require 2% contribution towards affordable housing. We also have other DAs in the way, in progress, which require an affordable housing component. So in order for council to legally meet its obligations, it does require to have a policy in place, and I would encourage all councillors to support this. So are there any other speakers? Question from Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the relevant director, Andrew Watson. I just want to clarify the 100K budget because it was asked to me earlier, just so the residents do know. That's basically an indicative figure, is it not, Director Watson?
That's correct, Councillor Kay.
That's all. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Spencer, do you have a question?
Yes, please. Is 100K sufficient?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We're 3 months from the end of the financial year. I would struggle to spend that much in the next 3 months.
But the length of the project, what is the...
Go well into the next financial year.
As I realise that, what's the amount?
At the moment, we think we have enough, Councillor Spencer.
All right. Should we make it 150? Okay. Thank you.
I do have a question for the Director of Strategy. If all we need is a policy, why can't we borrow Willoughby Council's 6-page policy and change a few names?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We were looking for an evidence base here rather than just picking and choosing from one council's policy that was written in a different time and political context. It's been alluded to change being foisted upon us in the very short term, and Willoughby's policy and strategy were developed without those impetuses, I suppose.
Okay, Councillor Spencer.
Sorry, another question, not to Director Watson, but to either the Director of Corporate or the General Manager. So assuming if we spent, we had a budget and we spent $50,000 for a feasibility study for a dual cycleway on Bobbin Head Road, shouldn't we spend more for affordable housing? This is affordable housing, yes, which is extremely important. Is 100,000 seriously sufficient?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe it is sufficient if that's the estimate of the cost to do the job, yes.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Pettit.
I'd like to move an amendment that it's 150, and I want a bit more certainty that we've got sufficient. I'd like to seek a seconder for that. Thank you, Councillor Spencer. I think I wasn't feeling the love there with 100. I wasn't feeling confident we actually had sufficient budget. And I know that consultants are extremely expensive nowadays, particularly when we've got to outsource and get all these reports. So 100 doesn't last too long in this current climate, so I think 150 is more than reasonable.
So, Councillor Spencer, as seconder of this motion, would you like to speak to it?
I'm so tempted to ask for 250, but I'm happy with 150 for this term, this financial year. Thank you. Unless someone would consider an amendment for 200, 250. Thanks.
Councillor Kay, your light is on.
Okay, just a question to Director Watson through Mr. Mayor. If I was to change this to incorporate it in the original motion for 150 and we didn't use that, where would the rest of those funds go?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they be returned to the source from which they were taken.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a question for Councillor Pettit. Would you be okay if I move the 150 into my... Fantastic. Thank you.
So just to clarify, what's your position?
So I'm going to change my original motion to the budget of 150.
Yep. Okay. And can we see what we're voting on the screen for everyone to...
Sorry, can I ask a procedural question?
Yes.
Please? So can Councillor Pettit withdraw the amendment?
He
And
can.
I'm the seconder, I'm happy to withdraw
So
as well.
you can both withdraw, or Councillor Kay can incorporate what was proposed.
Right. My reason for asking is procedural,
Yep.
because if she's incorporating,
Yep.
and we're happy for that, and her seconder, I'm assuming, is happy for that to be incorporated,
If
then
you are.
because of I'm the seconder for Councillor Watson, not it. I'm just kidding. I'm still afraid.
Yeah.
So we procedurally we have to withdraw the amendment, and that would be the end of it, and then we go back to the original motion. Can we do that?
Councillor Ward, your question first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the appropriate director. Is this going to be done in-house through our staff, or is it going externally? And do we have any indication of how much this will cost instead of throwing figures up in the air?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do it externally, Councillor Ward.
So going back to the situation, and I'll check with the acting general manager. So we had an original motion, then we had an amendment presented by Councillor Pettit and Spencer. Councillor Kay has chosen to incorporate those changes, offered to incorporate those changes. Councillor Greg Taylor is open to incorporating as well. So does that amendment have to be procedurally withdrawn, or is it just incorporated and that's it?
Mr. Mayor, it can just be incorporated. But as I understand it, the mover and seconder of the amendment are happy for that anyway.
Okay. The other point to clarify was when we were originally seeking to do this without debate, point B had a few extra words around recognising the need to have an affordable housing policy in place to support emerging state government policy obligations. So, Councillor Kay, did you want those words to be incorporated into what's going to be on the screen?
Yes, thank you.
Yep. So it's basically that would allocate 150k budget. Yes, and that is accepted by the seconder. So we are now in a position where we've had 5 speakers for this, sort of 6 if you count Councillor Pettit. Are there any other speakers? If not, I would ask the Deputy Mayor to sum up.
Okay, I don't need 5 minutes. I think it's pretty self-explanatory, to be honest. It is quite a detailed motion. We've had our discussions, and I do appreciate the people that have spoken for the motion and the support. Thank you.
All right, so let's put this to a vote. All in support of what's on the screen. That is unanimous. Next up, we are up to NM3, Pennant Avenue, Gordon, former Gordon Bowling Club site. So, Councillor Ward, do you have a motion?
Yep, I have a motion. The first A and B is the same as the last one. I just have C, D, and E.
So, if we can bring that up onto the screen, and Councillor Ward, first of all, is there a seconder? Councillor Lennon seconds it. So, Councillor Ward, can you please read out points A to E, and then, just for the benefit of the public,
Sure.
and then we will start a 5-minute for you to
Thank you,
talk about
Mr. Mayor. That the council continue with the remediation work necessary to remove or reduce the fence and reopen the walkway between the site and Bushlands Avenue, Gordon, in line with the approved remedial action plan. B, carries out the necessary maintenance of the site to enable recreation use in line with the site contamination analysis, pending identification of longer-term uses for the community. C, notes that the state government's changes to housing policy in the form of TOD program and low to mid-rise housing set will increase population and consequently so will the demand for the public space in and around Gordon and Killara. This increased demand is consistent with Council's recently adopted recreation needs study and the report on the public hearing into the planning proposal regarding the former Gordon Bowling Club site dated April 2022. D, include a new action in the 2024-25 operational plan to prepare a master plan for the site at 4 Pennant Avenue, Gordon. E, investigate interest in the local community to establish a resident committee to operate and manage a community garden.
All right, and now you have 5 minutes to speak on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The former Gordon Bowling Club site has been in the community land for 70 years, including 65 years as a bowling club. Ku-ring-gai Council is the custodian of the Ku-ring-gai Council's LGA assets, natural and man-made, for the residents of Ku-ring-gai. In dealing with those assets, the Council should consider the best interest of Ku-ring-gai residents. At its meeting of December the 12th, 2023, Council considered a report on draft land use options for the former Gordon Bowling Club site. At the time, Council took a cautious approach given the policy uncertainty surrounding the TOD program and the proposed low and mid-rise housing set. On consideration of the report, Council resolved that Council receive and note the report on the draft land use options prepared for the former Gordon Bowling Club site until there is more clarity in relation to state government's recently announced draft housing sets. While there is still considerable uncertainty around the TOD program, the proposed low and mid-rise housing set, it is unlikely that Council would ever justify disposal or redevelopment of all or part of this site, given the number of dwellings and likely future residents that the state government's housing policy changes are likely to bring to Ku-ring-gai. What is being denied to the community in the short term, however, as access to the site for active and passive recreation opportunities on an interim basis. This is both unnecessary and unwarranted. The report dated April 2022 on the public hearing planning proposal regarding the former Gordon Bowling Club site, confirming the need for recreation space on the west side of the Civic Highway at Gordon. The Council's Open Space and Recreation Needs Study also alludes to the fact that with the high density, the need for a park in the West Gordon area is noted. A long-term objective of Council's Community Strategic Plan 2038 is to ensure that recreation, sporting and leisure facilities are available to meet communities' diverse and changing needs. The primary limitation for Council in addressing identified needs in the limited availability constraints ownership is extremely high cost and land that is suitable for the provision of new open space and recreation facilities. In the former Gordon Bowling Club site, we have an open space that is already owned by Council, which can be used to meet the community's need. This is an opportunity for Council to mitigate some of the consequences of the state government's planning policy and to fight for its residents to try to preserve the ever-shrinking green space of Ku-ring-gai. I refer to Councillor Taylor and Councillor Nye's motion 6, which also highlights the need for open spaces that is open for public to use. People live in Ku-ring-gai not just because they like green spaces, because that they know that it is vital for our optimum well-being, vitality, mental health, and the potential loss of these must be considered. I ask my fellow councillors to please exercise the impact of their decision on current and future residents and make the best decision for Gordon and Ku-ring-gai. Thank you.
So, Councillor Lennon as seconder, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to reserve my right in terms of speaking as seconder, but as Councillor Ward and I discussed earlier, I would like to move an amendment to this motion in terms that were sent to staff earlier today. In substance, for the benefit of residents and councillors, the two motions are very similar, cover the same territory. My particular motion goes into also dealing with the clubhouse building at the former Gordon Bowling Club site. So this slightly complicated way that Councillor Ward and I are doing things, and I apologise we didn't coordinate things better earlier, is a way of hopefully picking up all the concepts between the two motions.
So I'm just going to ask at this point in time, like it's on the screen, everyone can see it. And similar to how with NM1, Councillor K chose to incorporate it, Councillor Ward, would you be interested in incorporating all of that into what you originally had? Or do you want to go through this whole process of an amendment?
Well, I think looking at it earlier, it doesn't lend itself to simple incorporation. There's overlap in different concepts. We thought that the way to do this simplest in a difficult circumstance is to have, as I say, Councillor Ward move to a motion, which I thank her, and we then move this one as an amendment, and we'd ask to get both of them before the meeting. The substance of both is exactly the same. To preserve the Gordon Bowling Club in public use. The details are different. I think it's worth incorporating both aspects. I think Councillor Ward does as well.
Like I'll say there's two options now. One is either Councillor Ward seeks to incorporate it, or if she doesn't seek to incorporate it, then we'll seek a seconder for Councillor Lennon's amendment.
I think Councillor Ward intends to second this. Councillor Ward intends to
So, seconded by Councillor Ward, but not incorporated. Okay, right, sure. Okay, so then Councillor
I respect
Lennon.
the fact that Councillor Ward moved a motion, and I'm glad that you did.
Sure.
Thank you.
Right, okay, sure. So at least both of your wording end up in the minutes.
Yes,
So,
that's right.
okay, so Councillor Lennon, as the mover of this amendment, would you like to speak?
Well, the simplest thing is to endorse everything that Councillor Ward has just said. What I would add is that last week at the public forum, one of our residents appeared before us and said that he felt like he was back many, many times over to talk about this particular issue. And I know many residents, Gordon and Clara particularly, have worked very hard and passionately about this for many years, since before many of us here were councillors. It's a shame that you have to come back, but he is back. I hope this is the day that we can really conclude this and move on. That this is public land, this is a valuable and necessary public land, for the people especially of Gordon and Clara, west side of Simcoe, and further than that, but they're the obvious ones. So I hope that this motion has the support of my colleagues today on behalf of the people of really the whole municipality. So I commend it to you. Thank you.
Councillor Ward, as seconder, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I reserve my right.
Councillor Spencer.
Yes, I think this is a good move to for this amendment to incorporate Councillor Ward's motion. My question really is to both councillors. If you could look at the wording and see if there's anything that's similar to be cancelled out instead of having parallel for a purpose of procedure, that's all.
No, I understand. Well, I
To
understand
avoid
procedurally,
confusion.
because this functions as an amendment, we don't need to do that. It would be very difficult for both of us to do it on the spot. But I believe that the way we've approached it means that, as I say, Councillor Ward has had the opportunity to do the motion, and I'm very glad to have seconded it. The amendment structure means that this, if passed by council, will become the resolution of council, so we don't need to try to go through picking line by line and word for word, which I don't know how to do on the spot. It would take time. And my apologies if Councillor Wood and I didn't, in the busyness of our lives, get a chance to sort this out earlier. But I think this is an outcome that achieves what the people of particularly Gordon and Clara want.
Councillor Greg Taylor, you're next.
I only had a question, perhaps similar to what Councillor Spencer was saying. Just they seem pretty much exactly the same. Is there anything in there that is different that you can just highlight for us?
Well, the big thing that stands out to me is the clubhouse. The clubhouse was not considered initially. This is something that was not actually in the business papers. It arose out of the public forum last week and the comments made by residents. I thought it was a good idea. And I think the clubhouse particularly is something to explore. Just to be very clear, what we're talking about here is simply a report from staff back to us as to the condition of the clubhouse as it now is. We're not making any commitments as to the future, but we would like to know, and I think the residents would like to know the condition of this particular building. There's a lot of interest in it, a lot of sense that this is something that could continue to be used by the public, owned by others.
So, can I just incorporate that into my motion, just that particular one?
You could, but you would need the seconder to choose to incorporate stuff into the original motion.
Again, I'm thinking on my feet here, which is hard, but I think we have a slight difference in terms of the use of a committee as well, looking at it quickly. I think we both agree that community garden is a good idea. I think the words in front of us now look to facilitating it if there's interest from the residents. I think the alternate motion talked about a committee, which may have practical issues. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I need to sort those words too.
So, I see a lot of discussion. I'll answer my perspective. We had an original motion moved by Ward, seconded by Lennon, and then Lennon came up with an amendment, which was moved by Lennon, seconded by Ward. At this point, Ward has asked, can I please incorporate some aspects of this alternate motion, amendment, whatever, into her original motion? And to do that, Councillor Ward is willing, but as the seconder, Councillor Lennon, would you have been willing to incorporate that one point into what was her original motion?
If you don't mind, I'd prefer not to. I think this is a motion that I certainly believe is clear and is being through staff. I don't know what Councillor Ward proposes may well be sensible, but as I say, looking at it quickly, I would prefer that we take this current approach, which we agreed on this evening. I thought was a fairly balanced way to involve both of the Gordon Ward councillors in this process and both motions. So I would, with respect, prefer not to amend the original motion, but stick with this amendment as a motion.
So,
Right.
Mr. Mayor, if I may ask
So,
a question.
procedural question?
So would it be better if we deal with NM3 separately and NM4 separately, since Councillor Lennon has alluded to there are some major changes in law?
Well, at the moment, from my perspective, all of this is NM3, so We've got an original motion on NM3, we've got an amendment on NM3. When we get to NM4, we'll deal with NM4. Having said that, this basically is the same wording as NM4 with 2 extra points. So I don't know what will happen to NM4, but we're dealing with NM3 right now.
Perhaps I can insist on that. I mean, I would have thought that having now moved this amendment, NM4 is superfluous and just disappears. What we've effectively done is combined NM3 and NM4.
That is my view, but I don't want to preempt anything in this whole process. Councillor Pettit, you're next.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is showing consistency with what this council feels about the TODs and the low and mid-rise SEPs, which Councillor Smith has been championing. He's been very active in that sort of area, promoting council's position. We're not handing over council land for residential anymore. Rosewood Bowling Club, no residential. Gordon Bowling Club, no residential. We had a proposal for the Marion Street Theatre, which was high-rise residential. We said no to that. We are not prepared to hand over council land for residential. We had the opportunity with the town hall, which is zoned R4, which potentially could have been sold off at the back for residential. We've said no to that. We're sending a clear message to the state government and to developers that the council land is not available for residential. Even when other properties have come up which were not council owned, such as Coleton Street, we said no. Pymble Golf Club, we said no. So we are being consistent. So when both of these norms come up about retaining the Gordon Bowling Club, I looked at it from the perspective and other people had spoken about it saying, well, why are you handing over council land for residential? I said, well, you're not. Simple as that. That's why I'm supporting this.
So are there any other lights? I will speak briefly in support of this. Now, basically, we're looking at 2 state government SEPs, housing policies, the transport-oriented development, which is coming in the next few weeks, and the low and mid-rise housing SEP, or whatever it is in its final form. My understanding, based on all of the publicly available documents right now, is that we're looking at a Ku-ring-gai with a substantially increased population. A conservative estimate has it at double the population. And when you double the population, and when you have more apartment buildings with no backyard, no front yard, no side yard, nothing, and when you have a lot of dual occupancies with no yards either, our residents need some space somewhere for recreation, whether it be an official sports field or oval, whether it be a sort of semi, not an active sport, but a passive, informal recreation things such as a community garden, or somewhere to throw a frisbee, somewhere to run the dog around. We need those spaces now. I'm very disappointed that we don't have the support from the state government of the $500 million or so of housing contributions that go out in the next decade and a half, 2 decades, that nothing's been committed for us to acquire additional land for the open spaces that we need. I was at Cameron Park on the weekend with the Turramurra Trotters celebrating their 50th anniversary, and we were at Cameron Park. We had a small park to begin with. We purchased 4 residential properties. We made a very large park, and that will benefit the future residents of Turramurra. We really hope that every single bit of land that we could retain for recreation in the future can be retained if and when possible, so as to create more open space for our residents. So I am in support of this amendment. Now, if there aren't any other speakers, we will put this to a vote. So this vote is for this amendment to become the motion. All those in favour of this amendment becoming the motion, please raise your hands. And that is unanimous. And now that's become, this is the original motion. Are there any other speakers to this? If not, I will ask Councillor Ward to sum up. Oh, Councillor Greg Taylor, your light is on.
I'd just like to highlight the importance of councillors working together so we don't have to have so much confusion in future meetings. It'd be very helpful. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, Councillor Ward, I invite you to sum up.
I don't really have any much more to say, Mr. Mayor.
All right, sure. So now let's put this points A to H to a vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Okay. So next up is NM4, former Golden Bowling Club. Now, I'm of the view that it's sort of redundant now, Councillor Lennon.
I concur, we've just dealt with it, so there's nothing to move it in.
Okay, so we'll let it lapse then. And next up is NM5, Low and Mid-Rise SEP Community Forums. So Deputy Mayor Kay, you're moving what's printed. It's seconded by Councillor Greg Taylor. Deputy Mayor Kay, you may now speak. Light on.
Sorry.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, as we have witnessed, the announcement of the TOD program has rightfully gathered significant attention and community engagement. However, amidst the focus, the implications of the low and mid-rise has become overshadowed. The impacts of the low and mid-rise SEP are arguably greater than the impacts of the TOD program, particularly in relation to biodiversity, tree canopy loss, traffic congestion and strain on existing infrastructure such as stormwater. By conducting consultation at the ward level, we acknowledge the unique character of each ward. What matters to one ward may not be the primary concern for another. In smaller localised forums, individuals may feel more comfortable expressing their views and engaging in constructive dialogue while fostering a sense of ownership and participation within the community. It allows for more targeted discussions on the impacts of the low and mid-rise SEP. The approach ensures that the residents have ample opportunity to engage with council staff who will provide valuable insights and information that is up to date and correct. So let's embrace this opportunity to share our perspectives. Together we can ensure the impacts of low and mid-rise are fully understood and that the voices of our community are heard loud and clear. This is a journey for all of us and one of the most important in the history of Ku-ring-gai. Now I've just got a email that I just wanted to refer to, and then I've got a question. So the email was from our acting general manager, and it was from the Department of Planning. So it's dated Friday, the April 15th. So I'll just skim read it. It basically talks about the low and mid-rise. It says, we have now reviewed all submissions and are preparing what we heard. Is what they call the report, to capture all feedback and insights received through the public exhibition process. This report will be released to you shortly. We are keen to collaborate with you and your team to further refine the policy and achieve good outcomes. We will arrange a one-on-one workshop with councils in May to allow us to work together to refine the policy framework. In preparation for these workshops, we will share an agenda outlining the objectives and structure of each session. We'll also provide detailed information on the specific policy components where refinement may be required. We look forward to working with you and your team. Now, I've just got a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Watson.
Sure.
I know originally when this had come out, we were looking at a timeline of delivery of September potentially, and I believe having a discussion with you, and there was maybe a potential indication that it was going to be pushed forward to July. Is that correct, or am I on the right page there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Kay's understanding is correct. There has been a little bit of shift in both policies. We've heard June and July dates mentioned, but yeah, certainly we're not expecting September before things are going.
So you've still got, I can't really see the time at 2 minutes 12 or something like that. You're done? Okay, so Councillor Greg Taylor, you seconded. So would you like to speak?
I'll again be quite brief. Understanding the housing reforms that have been presented by the state government and their impacts is extremely complicated. I'm sure we all understand that. I've heard from residents that they have expressed a lack of understanding with the impacts that will be inflicted on them with these new housing reforms. And I feel this is the most effective way to try and get as much information out to the residents as possible. We had an extremely successful forum on the Todd in this space here, and this to me seems like it's the next step, and one step further in just informing as many residents as possible. So I'd encourage council support for this one. Thank you.
Councillor Smith, your light is on.
Mr Mayor, thank you. I appreciate Councillor Kay is wanting to work with the draft SEPs, but there's a couple of things I completely disagree with Councillor Kay on. The state government, there's no collaboration at all at the moment with the state government. We've actually put our submission in and we've put what the issues are, and we are waiting to see what the state government is going to do to address those issues. I clearly think that this is sending the wrong message to the community by putting the cart in front of the horse. I appreciate that Councillor Kay would like to get on with it and start dealing with it, but I think once we start engaging and, as Councillor Kay put it, consult with the community, it's all much as a far-gone conclusion that we're going to move forward with what they've got at the moment. We are hopefully still holding out for some better results and some better information, and it would be great if we could go to the community with everything that the state government has put forward, and that it is both clear and accurate with what we're communicating and what we're faced with. I also appreciate that the community was given the opportunity to write in on this, the same as we've made our submission, but unfortunately I've got to disagree with Councillor Kay in the sense of engaging till we derive some type of outcome of what we put forward, and hopefully it's a lot better than what we're faced with at the moment. For those reasons, I've actually would propose to put up an amendment which the council staff will have there.
So let's bring this up on screen.
I think
Can you please read it out for us?
Yes, okay. So it's pretty clear. It states that a report be brought back to council on the low and mid-rise SEP after the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure provides more information to council in May 2024. I seek a seconder.
So seconded by Councillor Pettit. Right, so Councillor Smith, you may now speak to your...
Yeah. Look, I appreciate what Councillor Kay has put forward, but I think we need to keep our powder dry at the moment. I believe that we will be given this opportunity and would more than welcome Councillor Kay's notice of motion after we've got all the fact and the detail that we can go to the community with and communicate clearly what it is. And between now and then, I think with a couple of other things that we've got coming up, we're hoping that we're going to be looking at something much better than what is proposed in the drafts and what we're currently looking at the moment. For those reasons, I hope to get people's support here this evening. Thank you.
So Councillor Pettit as seconder, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It does make common sense. We're actually just getting our ducks in a row, cart before the horse, and all those good cliches that we're using. Once we know what we've got, then we go to the forums. I can see Councillor Kay, when the report comes back, we'll bang some forums on, be able to inform the residents with much greater clarity. Hopefully we get greater clarity from our friends in Macquarie Street. So that's why I supported this amendment.
Next up is Councillor Alec Taylor.
Thank you. Question through you or the General Manager to the relevant director, who's probably Director Watson. Just wondering if you can give us a sense of the level of certainty regarding the information that we have on the low and mid-rise SEP at this point.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Since we did the forum earlier in the year, there has been an exhibition period which has closed. We have no further information available at the moment that we didn't have it in January and February.
Okay. I'd like to speak to this amendment, I guess I'm kind of in support of it in a way. I certainly agree with the movers of the motion that this is a good idea. We need to have a continuous, steady stream of information from council, even if it is that we don't have much to report. I think we need to be in constant communication with the community about these changes. I do think they have the potential to directly affect virtually every residential lot in Ku-ring-gai. And so I do think that it makes sense for us to do these forums, and that's what I heard. But what I heard was that we needed a report first back in May when we know more. So, beg your pardon?
He's mainly
No,
he's
I'm
mainly
actually
speaking
agreeing
to
with you. So,
your amendment.
Yeah. So just to be clear, I actually don't mind the idea of waiting until May and getting a report back. I am in favour of that, but I actually think that we're all kind of agreeing that the original intent was a pretty good idea as well, and that we should definitely do that. I'm wondering if we could actually incorporate the amendments into the original motion.
So that would be up to Councillor Kay and Councillor Greg Taylor to decide. Councillor Kay, your thoughts?
Mr. Mayor, I think it's up to me whether or not I'll allow that to be incorporated.
I thought it would be
It's
up to the original.
it's a separate amendment, and I think it's very clear. I would be speaking against that in the sense that I think that this council needs to send a very clear message what it is doing, and that it's not currently engaging in any form of consultation. So I would prefer not to. Thank you.
My understanding of what I've seen happen the last 6.5 years is Councillor Kay has the opportunity to incorporate it if she so chooses. However, if she does seek to incorporate and Councillor Greg Taylor, seconder, incorporates it, it'll still be in a form that Councillor Smith disagrees with, in which case he would still have an amendment which he could seek. So, Councillor Kay, would you choose to incorporate that into your original motion? But having yeah.
Could you cite the rule that says the original mover can first dip decide to incorporate the amendment?
Okay,
Meaning to say, if the original mover wishes to incorporate, then it trumps the amendment.
So an amendment may become the motion without debate. Oh, so 10.15. An amendment may become the motion without debate or a vote where it is accepted by the councillor who moved the original motion. So in light of 10.15.
I'm sorry. Can you read it again, please?
So 10.15. An amendment may become the motion without debate or a vote where it is accepted by the councillor who moved the original motion.
That's right. So if I'm not wrong, Councillor Smith has not asked for this to be incorporated. He has moved an amendment. It is not the same as asking for it to be incorporated.
But as for Councillor Kay, as the councillor who moved the original motion, if Councillor Kay asks to incorporate.
No, then arguably, if I move the motion on GB1, I will choose to incorporate all GBs and all NMs into my GB1.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if we can actually get clarification from staff on this particular issue.
Sure.
Yes,
so
sure. Disrespect me as a lawyer, right?
Acting General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe it is generally the practice that the mover of the original motion can incorporate. I think it's a matter of judgment, though, as to how far the debate has gone on. In this case, the original motion had already had 3 speakers to it. So those speakers, if there's now an incorporation, those speakers won't have the opportunity to speak on the amendment, essentially, because it will have been incorporated and the motion will have changed. So I think it's a matter for the chair to use his judgment about how far the debate has gone. In this case, we've had a motion, we've had an amendment, we've had 6 speakers. Is it the time to incorporate and change the game, or should the debate just be allowed to continue?
So as chair, I rule that, look, it is optional for the deputy mayor as the mover of the original motion to incorporate the amendment if she so chooses.
Sorry,
I'm not
can I-
expecting it, by the way, but she has that
Sorry,
option.
can I move a motion of division, please?
Motion.
Because you dissent, sorry, because I believe respectfully you do not have the authority to vary the rule. The rule says incorporate, but the motion, the motion that was moved by Councillor Smith was an amendment. He did not ask for those words to be incorporated into the original motion. There's a distinction there. Well, I could ask for the corporate lawyer to clarify, and if he disagrees with me, I will still ask for a dissent. And respectfully, he's a solicitor, I'll listen to him.
So, Jamie Taylor, as our corporate lawyer, would you like to comment on the current circumstances?
Mayor and councillors, in terms of the debate that's been happening on this item, I gather that there might be a couple of different things in councillors' minds. In this case, incorporation of the amendment into the motion would involve replacing the motion with the amendment. It wouldn't be taking words from the amendment and adding them to the motion. That would be a different sort of incorporation. So the rule that Mayor's been discussing would basically mean Councillor Kay would be adopting the action proposed by Councillor Smith in his amendment and abandoning her original motion, which I suspect is probably not what was in Councillors' minds.
But then I could also do an amendment thereafter,
Foreshadow.
yeah,
Foreshadow.
or foreshadow incorporating my motion in addition to Councillor Smith's
Yes,
amendment.
so short of an incorporation, an option would be
Yep.
for you to seek to vary your motion to say, propose that the forums be held after more information becomes available in May or after a further report to council after May or something of that nature.
Okay, thank you, corporate lawyer. So the situation we're in right now is that Councillor Smith has raised an amendment. It has been seconded by Councillor Pettet. Smith and Pettet have spoken in favour of the amendment, so has Councillor Alec Taylor, and Councillor Greg Taylor now has his light on. Oh,
I'm curious to see if Councillor Kay will incorporate these.
so we've said just then that we cannot
amendment.
incorporate, however,
I'm doing a foreshadow.
Councillor Kay may choose to foreshadow something if she
I want to do an amendment.
foreshadowed amendment. Okay, so there is a foreshadowed amendment by Councillor Kay. Next up, according to the lights here, is Councillor Kay. So Councillor Kay, would you like to speak now?
Okay, so
This is to the amendment,
Yes.
not foreshadow or anything.
no, this is to the. Oh, we're not talking about the foreshadow. Sorry.
No, we're not. Until we've voted on the
Okay,
amendment.
okay, that's fine.
we're
I
not dealing
can
with the
speak to
foreshadow.
this. That's fine. I have actually no particular issues by it. Can we have it up on the screen too, do you mind? a report coming back and then us proceeding with the forums. To be totally honest, we're already probably mid-April, we wouldn't get much done in that time anyway, and we'd probably have more information. So I am more than happy to incorporate that, Councillor Smith. I think it feeds into each other.
But
Sorry, so
so are you speaking in support of the amendment, or you're speaking?
I am,
against?
because I will do a foreshadow that incorporates the two.
Okay, so you are you spoke in support of the amendment. Are you done? I'm just looking at the lights. So next up on the lights is Councillor Greg. So if there are no other speakers to the amendment, Councillor Smith, question?
No, that's right. I was going to say.
Yeah. So,
I actually do, I beg your pardon, I have a procedural question.
Yes.
So if we pass this amendment, does the foreshadowed amendment lapse?
So what we are doing now is we've got an amendment moved by Smith, seconded by Pettit. We are about to vote on whether this amendment should become the motion. Now, I'm assuming, maybe wrongly, but it's quite likely that this amendment will become the motion. And at that point, there will be an opportunity for other councillors to raise another amendment to the new version of the motion. So, Councillor Smith, do you have a question at this point?
No, I'm quite happy to speak to it. I think we've been questioning it enough.
So you've spoken already as the opener of the.
I'll
the
just
mover of the
wrap it
amendment.
up, if that's all right.
No. At the moment, we're going to vote on whether or not the amendment should become the motion, and Councillor Smith has already spoken to the amendment, although Councillor Smith can ask a question if he so chooses. So now let's vote on whether or not this amendment, moved by Smith, seconded by Pettit, should become the motion. All those in favour? That is everyone except for Councillor Kay and Councillor Greg Taylor. Those against are Councillors Kay and Councillor Greg Taylor. So that now becomes the motion, and there, Councillor Kay, your light is on. Do you have an amendment?
Yes.
Okay. So what is your amendment?
So my amendment is my original motion plus incorporating this particular motion.
Okay, so let's see what it actually looks like on the screen, because it's not entirely clear to me, and I think we all need to see it on the screen before someone even seconds it. And once there's a seconder, then you can speak to it. But let's see what the amendment is first. Is that what you intend, Councillor Kay, or do you intend points 1 and 2 to flip around? At a minimum.
I think you'd probably flip it around.
So flip the 2 points around. And I would suggest that 2 says that following the report, Council conduct community forums in each of the. That's a point 2. Point 2 says that following the report, Council. Yeah, so I'm suggesting that.
Yep, that's fine.
Councillor Kay, Deputy Mayor Kay is okay with that. Is there a seconder for this? And that's Councillor Greg Taylor. So we have a new amendment now. Kay and Greg Taylor. Councillor Kay, would you like to speak to this amendment?
Oh, I think we've been going around in circles a little bit.
Okay, Councillor Greg Taylor. would you like
Yes,
to-
I hope that people can support this. For me, the important thing is the community consultation. We need to get as many of our residents to understand the impacts of these steps as possible. And yes, a report being brought back in May is extremely important, but that information being transmitted into the forum form is the important bit. We need as many residents to know the impacts of these steps, and I feel this is the best way to go about it. Thank you.
Okay, so are there any other speakers for or against this? Councillor Spencer?
Just a question to the relevant officer. If there is a new SAP, through experience, I may be mistaken, we are required to consult the community by legislation anyway. Am I right?
Just clarifying that before the officers answer. When you say we, do you talk about council or the state
Council.
government? Council, okay.
So this, for instance, just let me clarify my question. So here you have point 1 and then point 2. So point 2 says that after those things come out and then becomes available, then point 2, council should consult the community. But if those things come out and we decide to do our SAP, a new housing planning, housing policy, for instance, we are required to exhibit and consult anyway.
I don't see the word consult in point 2.
No?
It's just informing the
Forums? This is the same thing, no forums? Forums is not consultation?
public. Forum is, this is what the state government is proposing. It's not we're seeking your feedback, from my understanding. I don't see the word consult.
Right, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
So I think it is semantics, because why do you have a forum if you're not consulting? Why don't you just send out a newsletter to tell them, this is it? So a forum is to consult. You have a forum, you provide information, you collect feedback.
So we've got a question, so through
Whether it's
me
compulsory
to
or
the
not.
relevant director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, council is not required to consult on a state policy, no. Now, it's my understanding that what we will get in May will be what we learnt, feedback report that Councillor Kay alluded to. So that won't be the policy itself, that'll just be state government's effectively summary of submissions, and they may or may not allude to changes, but I don't understand at point 1 we'll necessarily have a copy of the SEP even in draft form, but either way we're not required to consult about it. And the purpose of 2, is my understanding, is that we give the community information about what is coming out of the report that we have been suggested we may have in May. And then a gazettal of the 2 state or the state policy, the lower mid-rise policy, would come after 1 and 2 have already been concluded. My understanding of what's intended here.
Follow-up question? So if council is not required or bound to consult because this is imposed onto us by the state. That's my understanding from the answer. So if that's the case, then what is the point of having a consultation? Because we have no say anyway.
Who's that question directed to? Is it directed to an officer or to Councillor Kay?
Any officer, or even Councillor Kay can respond, and maybe Councillor Smith can respond. How about this? 1 each. Can I?
Sure.
One for her?
Why don't you ask Councillor Kay first what her intent was of point 2?
Yeah, so the intent is to make sure that people have true and accurate information. There's a lot of social media at the moment which is providing inaccurate information. I think it's important that the community, when I was looking through quite recently the community engagement report that we did, I noticed that there was a lot of responses from residents of Linfield and St Ives, and that was fantastic. But I also came across, as I was skimming through all the comments, and this is what alarmed me, was someone had written here, St Ives Shopping Village should be treated as a TOD site. It's not heritage affected, it's a tired looking centre, and it's therefore ripe for new shop top housing project. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, but I also know that there has been other rumours that other stations, etc., will be part of TOB sites. I would like the community to be clear on what is actually happening. This is not to take a side, this is just to include all the community, keep them up to date, make sure they have the accurate information, because unfortunately social media can be very misleading and sometimes they're just a matter of opinions. Someone that might come into the page and look at it and just think that the opinion is fact, and that concerns me.
Councillor Spencer, would you like to ask a question to an
Yes,
officer?
same question to Councillor Smith.
Councillor Smith, okay, let's go.
Mr Mayor, I'm actually very confident in the way that our staff communicate anything that comes from the state government or anything that even this council is going to do. So I think our communication doesn't even really require what has been noted there, because our council staff actually do it on a natural thing, even through the mayor's newsletters and so forth. Social media is social media. People will take out of it what they will. But I'm quite confident in the way that this council operates and communicates with the residents. Thank you.
Councillor Spencer, your light's on.
So may I speak against this amendment, please?
Yes, sure.
So my issue with point 2 remains. And my issue is not something that is whether we can or cannot communicate. It is a matter of fact that we would be misleading our community if we provided the forum, because we have no jurisdiction or no power in the making of those SEPs. So it is the state government that's implementing the SEP, and our job is to carry on with it. It is pointless for us and seriously puts us in an awkward position if we were then going to say, this is the position that we are in right now, and make it seem like as if we have some say. Because what if we get some feedback to say, why did you do this? Why did you do that? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Have you considered this? Have you considered that? What are we going to say then? Oh, this is from state. So it's from state. I can read it from SMH. I can read it from the papers. I can read it from your website. Why are you telling me like as if, I mean, basically what I'm saying is don't pretend to have power over state when we don't. If it's a state legislation, tell the people straight away, this is a state legislation and this is it. Don't make it seem like as if, we have some influence or some say over state, until such time where we actually do. So there's a distinction between the two. So here, the consultation is to say, or the forum is to say, what the New South Wales government is imposing. But if we, for instance, fought the state government and won, yes, then we will have a forum. And we will tell them, hey, guess what? We won, we did this, we did that, we did this, we did that. But in this case, what are you going to say? We're required to do this, we're required to do that. Oh, I'm not sure. Speak to the state government. What's the point? And therefore, I am against this motion because of point 2. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Greg Taylor, your light is on.
Have I spoken to this?
I don't believe you actually have. I'll check with the Acting General Manager. This amendment, has Councillor Greg Taylor spoken to him?
Mr Mayor, I believe he has as the seconder, yes.
Oh, he has. What about Councillor Kay?
Councillor Kay has as well.
As seconder of, okay, let's move on. Right, so Councillor, your light is off now. Councillor Alec Taylor.
Okay, thank you. So I certainly did not mean to disrespect Councillor Spencer earlier in the meeting when I sought clarification regarding the legal procedures of the amendment. But I do disagree with his view tonight about the purpose of forums and the value of forums. I don't think we need to wait for a required engagement or consultation I know when I talk to people on the ground in my ward that there is a huge demand for more information from council. And the moment we have more information, I think we should do everything we can to get it out in a timely and effective and clear way. I very strongly in favour of these forums. I actually think that we should really leave it to staff to figure out the best way of doing it, to be honest. I think we should have one or more. They should be local or regional. I don't really mind. I too trust the staff to communicate this stuff well. But I do think there is enormous value in us providing community forums. I will be supporting this amendment. I support the intent of both motions that we've been talking about, both ideas that we've been talking about tonight.
Councillor Simon Lennon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the end of January, we had an extremely successful and well-received briefing from council staff to the public about the Todd set, and that alerted a lot of people to the threat, to the danger before us. There is a similar threat from the proposed low and mid-rise set, and if this is a process by which we can inform the people of this municipality of the threat that is to their homes and their neighbourhoods, then I think that's a very good idea. I guess what I would like to know is this question perhaps, are we looking at a similar style forum by which it is staff briefing the public with whatever the information is at the time? I don't know whether we'll really get to know enough in May, by May, but is this looking at a similar kind of forum to the one we had in January, which I think was so successful? I don't know who can answer that. Perhaps Councillor Kay or perhaps Scott.
Through Mr. Mayor, it was my understanding it was a similar type format to the January forum, with material tailored to specifically deal with the low and mid-rise set and any changes or new information that we had. So yeah, same format in local locations.
So, Councillor Lennon, are you continuing your speech, or that's it for your speech?
Well, yes, I suppose to pick up that point, it was so successful what happened. I appreciate Councillor Smith's concern that we do not want to in any way signal that we are not fighting this totally. We know what a disaster this threatens to be with the limited information that we have. If I've got a reservation about the motion, is the risk of any sort of signalling, I understand that. But I think on the balance of probabilities, if you like, and the balance of the issues, I think Councillor Alex Charlie and Councillor Kay correct. Our residents want to know what's going on as best is. I know what a successful event that was at the end of January. I know how well it was received by the residents of this municipality. And if we are looking at doing the same thing again on the low to mid-rise set that we did on the Tigers at the end of January, I think that's a good idea.
Councillor Pettit, your light is on next, according to that screen.
Oh, pedal, it's okay. So I know you're very keen.
Pedal.
So, with point 2, appreciate the sentiments where it's coming from. Community forums. People do tend to feel that there is going to be some to and fro, a bit of engagement backwards and forwards. You know, question, Q&A. Not just being elected and say, well, the state government's going to shaft you guys and this is what you're going to cop. That's what people want. They want to be actually heard, listened to, engaged. Community forums, how many? In each ward. We're saying we're going to do community forums in the wards. Take Ku-ring-gai ward. North Turramurra people may not want to travel all the way down to Turramurra. So why not have 2 within the Ku-ring-gai ward where it actually sits there in Turramurra, and 1 for the North Turramurra people. I'm sure the same with St Ives. Those around the shopping centre as opposed to those in the Chase. We've got community forums, we want to get to as many people as possible. Same in Roseville. Linfield, we've now got these new green space on the old bowling club site. How about we engage some people down there, so there's a forum down there. Same in Commonara. We've also got West Pymble, which borders both wards. So you've got to actually work out where you want to have, how many people you want to get along to each of them. And ideally it is to get as many people involved in as many forums as possible. So perhaps that's why I'm thinking point 2, maybe have a think about it within a month and add it on as a more detailed motion when this report comes back. So I could say we want 2 in each ward, or 3 in each ward, at an appropriate location which will garner, say, 50 plus people. We can use the old town hall, which has a fairly large capacity. So don't just say we're going to do forums without any meat on the bones. That's why I'm not in favour of point 2 at this point in time. You can do it next month. Do it with detail.
Councillor Spencer, you've spoken against already, but do you have questions?
I do, yes, thank you. This question is through you to Director Watson. So, Director Watson, did we have a briefing this evening before the council meeting in relation to SAP talks? I don't need to know the contents.
Through you, Mr Mayor, in relation to Todd Seps, yes. In relation to London Midrise, no.
Right. I'm just referring to talks, not mid-rise and so on. Now, in that meeting, did I ask you about certain things that was briefed to us that was declared confidential and that we can't release to the public?
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes.
Right. And did I express my frustration about not being able to release those information to the public?
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes.
Right. So do you understand my concern? You don't have to answer this one. In relation to having, for instance, a low and mid-rise forum where you, not me, but you would have confidential information that you cannot release to the people in the forum.
Through you, Mr Mayor, part 1 of this requires feedback from the Department of Planning before a report goes back to Council. It doesn't say a report comes back in May. It says a report comes back after the Department gives us information in May.
I realise that. Sorry.
Sorry, we're struggling here with relevance and the connection to the matter that we're discussing.
Sure, no problem. I'll sit down. Thank you.
Councillor Smith, you can either speak for or against this amendment or ask a question.
Mr Mayor, I'll just clarify a question. Just off the back of Councillor Lennon's information, he was very happy with the TOD that the staff prepared on that night. Was that something that was actioned by the staff, or was that actioned via a notice of motion?
Who's that question to?
To the staff.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the public meeting in January
Yep.
was not a notice of motion. It was organised by the staff in consultation with the Mayor.
Thank
Can
you.
I also clarify that public meeting in January, slide number 4, covers both the TOD and the low and mid-rise housing. Slide 5 covers both the TOD and the low and mid-rise housing. Slide...
Thank you.
It covers
Thank you.
extensively.
Thank you. My point being is that that particular thing that I believe that the community was very happy with was actually done, as we just stated there, with the Mayor and staff organised, and it wasn't done through a notice of motion. And I would think if we were to go down this same path, when we get further detail in regards to the low to mid-rise, I would expect that we would get something very, very similar, is the reason why I would be speaking against point 2 on this. Thank you.
Councillor Greg Taylor, you've spoken for this already. Do you have a question?
Procedurally, have we had 2 for and 2 against?
You have. I'd like to speak to this, if possible, before 2 for, 2 against. That would be helpful. Okay, my perspective on this is we had an information session in January It was highly subscribed. We had about 800 register interest. We had about 100 who could fit in this room. The information is contained online on YouTube, and there's a slide pack that you can see online. That information session was with regard to 2 SEPs. One in regard to the transport-oriented development SEP, and a second one with regard to low and mid-rise housing SEP. They might not be called those SEPs in the final name, but they were in relation to those 2 different topics. Now, as a council, we have no official requirement to consult the public on either of the state environmental planning policies. That is at the discretion of the minister under section 3.30 of the EPNA Act. The minister has the discretion to consult the public. And from what I understand, the minister has exercised it for the low and mid-rise, but hasn't exercised it for the Todd SEP. Now, coming back to our role as council, we don't have to consult, but we could. We don't have to give the information to the members of the public, but we could. And back in January, we sent letters out to all the residents, email, print, whatever. We organised a session. We presented all the information that we knew about both the Todd and LMR to them. With the low and mid-rise housing SEP, since 18th of December or so, we've had 42 pages on the Department of Planning's website telling us what it means. But the thing is, most residents don't look at the Department of Planning website and choose to read through 42 pages of information. It's all new to them. It's all very confusing. Most journalists don't fully understand the implications. Most people who commentate on social media don't understand the implications. We have a role, optionally, as a council, to inform our residents of what we believe is our understanding of those 42 pages on the low and mid-rise housing SEP. And we have done that back in January. Now, I guess the question here is, as councillors, do we believe, my question anyway, is do we believe that the information that we provided in January is already sufficient for informing the residents in our community? Or do we need another round of forums to reconvey the same information to residents? You could go either way. Personally, I look at social media. There are some bubbles out there, and there might just be bubbles, but there are certainly some people out there, even people posting on the Post, inaccurately, by the way, in the April edition, claiming that transport-oriented development centres can be shifted from one suburb to another, which simply isn't the case. So what that's saying to me is that residents do not understand the full extent of what's happening with the low and mid-rise housing SEP. There's been a lot of publicity about TODs to date, but not about low and mid-rise. Residents are about to get smashed with this increased uplift in density, and that awareness is not as high as it should be. Now, that goes back to the question, do we believe as councillors, and each of you can vote on this, do we believe that the information provided in January is more than enough? You might believe that it is so, and you might leave it. Or do we believe that because of the misperceptions, misunderstandings, misinformation in the media, print and social, about TODs and LMRs, do we believe that there needs to be follow-up sessions in particular wards or in particular suburbs about what exactly it means for individual residents, especially those who weren't part of the 100 who had the privilege to be in this building? That's a decision for each councillor to decide. Personally, I am open to points 1 and 2 here. I interpret point 2 not as consultation, but I interpret point 2 as presenting information to the public at the time, what we understand, the 42 pages that the government's given to us, plus any clarification in May. I am supportive of points 1 and 2, but if you don't support it, that's fine as well. Let's just put this to a vote. With that, we've had 5 for and 3 against. So if there are no other speakers to this amendment, let's vote on whether or not this amendment should become a motion. And I am just clarifying. Councillor Ward, is there something? Yeah. Let's have a short recess due to something that's happening at the moment. Right, we are now resuming the meeting at 9:03 p.m. What's happened is we've got a 2-point amendment moved by Kay, seconded by Councillor Greg Taylor. We've had 8 speakers on the item so far, 5 for it and 3 against it. Just seeing if anyone else would like to speak or ask a question about this amendment before. Councillor Greg Taylor? No? Oh, there's feedback from my phone. Okay, that's off. Now, so let's put this amendment to a vote. So this amendment, whether you believe it should become the motion. All those in favour, they are councillors unanimous. Oh, okay, right. Okay, so then that becomes the motion. I did not expect that. Okay, so that now becomes the motion. Would anyone like to speak to it? If not, I invite Deputy Mayor Kay to sum up, if you wish. No? All right, let's put it to a vote. All those in favour, that is unanimous. All right. Next up, we have confidential. Let me pull out the script. We are up to confidential matters. So, no, that's the end. Okay, sure. So we've dealt with notices of motion. Now we're up to business without notice. Is there any business without notice subject to clause 9.3 of the Code of Meeting Practice? Is there any business without notice?
Mr Mayor, I would like to raise some urgent business without notice, if I may.
All right, sure. Can you just, at a very high level, explain what it is, and we'll...
Yep. Mr Mayor, I would like to move a motion as business without notice regarding the state government changes to the housing policy, TOD and the low to mid-rise. The reason why it's urgent and that it can't wait till the next meeting of council is that the changes are most likely will be implemented by prior to the next council meeting. These are the reasons why I'm moving this as urgent business.
Right, now I'll read from the Code of Meeting Practice what happens now. So clause 9.3, business may be considered at a meeting of the council even though due notice of the business has not been given to the councillors if A, a motion is passed to have the business considered at the meeting, and B, the business to be considered is ruled by the chairperson to be of great urgency on the grounds that it requires a decision by the council before the next scheduled ordinary meeting of the council. So there's 2 parts here. A, there needs to be a motion to have this considered at the meeting, so that's moved by Councillor Smith, that's seconded by Councillor Pettet. All those in favour of considering this item would be unanimous, all right? And so as part of B, I rule that it is of great urgency. We can now discuss this item, and I'm just checking to see if you'd like to do it publicly or in confidential.
Mr Mayor, I would like to. The staff will actually have the motion that I would like to move. I'll read it out aloud. That the Mayor be delegated the authority to publish an open letter in national, metropolitan and local news publications to address Council's concerns about the impacts of both SEPs, that being the TODs and the low to mid-rise.
So that is seconded by Councillor Pettet. So Councillor Smith, you may now speak to it.
Mr Mayor, I think it's very important that this be moved tonight. It's important that we actually communicate to the residents of Ku-ring-gai to demonstrate what this council has done in order to prevent what the Labor Minns government is looking at doing, not just to Ku-ring-gai, but to actually many councils. It's unfortunate that some media has chosen to listen to Premier Minns in the way that he puts a political spin on things and leaving out many facts that need to be considered, need to be reviewed to see what the actual state government is imposing on the whole Greater Sydney area with both the Todds and the low to mid-rise. By sending an open letter to all the national papers and local papers for that matter as well, will give us the opportunity to communicate the real facts that have taken place and the position that this council has done, and the abhorrent behaviour of this state government in the way that it wants to carry out the planning with a one-size-fits-all. I think it's important that the Ku-ring-gai residents know that at every point this council has been open to negotiate and to do proper planning and implement housing targets. At no point have they even given us housing targets that we've got to meet and that we've got an opportunity to consult with the public. I think it's also very important that we currently are being put out in the media as a whipping post for the Labor state government, which is inappropriate. They've used class warfare in some of these approaches. It does not go unnoticed that 4 out of the 7 Todds to be commenced in the first trench are our, four out of the 7 are our Todd stations. And I think there's a reason for that. I think it's important that the state can see what we've done. We have tried to negotiate. We are open to negotiation. We need to sit down with the state government. The state government has to treat us fairly and reasonably about it. It's the timing, I think, can't also, sorry, one of the other things that I think that we still need to pay a lot of attention to is that we have some Labor councils that have actually been put in a situation where they've decided to delay to 12 to 18 months. We'll ignore the fact that we've got council elections coming up, and we'll ignore the fact that these are Labor pre-selection seats that require the state government to actually choose those people. We'll put that all aside for the moment. I think the most important part here is that the residents of Ku-ring-gai know that we are here as a council. We are doing everything that we can do to do the planning. We recognise that we need to take on more housing and more affordable housing, but we need to do it in a responsible way, and it's a not one size fits all, and that's what we've been saying to the Minns government the whole time. Thank you.
Councillor Pettit as seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And Councillor Smith, this was certainly not scripted, was it? You had it there, you had it written, nobody knew this was coming, and it's great to see you once again taking the lead on this hot topic. We've seen you in the paper, heard you on the radio, you'll probably get your own gig on a current affair shortly at this rate. But it's true. We sit back and go, should we do nothing or should we take the fight up to them? This one size fits all coming from the state government. It's not as if we're going down to Lowe's and buying a hoodie. One size fits everybody. Seriously, do they not listen there in Macquarie Street? I mean, maybe it just needs to be a bit of renovation, and have a listening chamber where these MPs actually go in and listen to their constituents. Listen to councillors and listen to people on the ground. Maybe if they get to read it in these various publications, or one of their staff actually reads it for them, that might be helpful. Because they don't listen, it might be a bit challenged to read. It's not looking good, is it? They're meant to be there, elected by the people, working for the people and of the people, but it doesn't appear to be so. So we can either sit back, pop it sweet, or keep taking the fight up to it. So Councillor Smith, once again, you pulled a rabbit out of the hat with this little baby, and I think it's a bit of a winner. Again, it's showing that Ku-ring-gai is prepared to do whatever it can and take the challenge up. We're not adverse to sitting down with the Minister and the powers that be there in Macquarie Street, but it takes 2 to tango. We want this partnership to be equal. We're inviting them to the dance. Come and talk to us. We're prepared to come and talk to you, but They don't. They don't listen. It's a shame. Because we've all gone through this nonsense many years ago when Frank Sartor and co were in power. We're still suffering the effects of that. We know that if these things are implemented, we will be suffering these for decades to come. Again, Councillor Smith, thank you very much for bringing this business without notice, and you're quite correct. It cannot wait. Waiting till May is too late. You're going to take the fight up to them straight away. Don't sit back in the trenches. Jump out and take the fight to them. So well done, Councillor Smith.
Councillor Greg Taylor, you're next.
I have a question. From my understanding, you would already have this authority. Do you need the authority to write an open letter to the National?
My understanding is I probably do have the authority, but it has a certain cost to it. So for me to exercise that authority without a vote would be not so wise. Councillor Spencer, you're next.
Thank you. Well, I actually have a very similar question and another one. So with regards to the publication, not all of it would be free. So do we need to say something about whether paid or unpaid publication?
So we have Virginia Leaf, our...
Well, of course, an open letter that's free, that would be much better, but if we can't get it published, we have to
Okay,
pay, right?
just clarifying, I've been advised that it's a bit weird to provide commercial information in a public setting. So for that, we would have to go into confidential if we're keen to understand the cost.
I'm going to take advice, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I think it's best that that the manager of corporate communications does not disclose the cost in public because it's commercial information from the publishers.
I'm sorry, my question wasn't about cost. My question was whether you should include the word paid and unpaid. So that gives the authority for paid publication as well. The question is not about cost, I'm sorry.
Okay, sure. Would Councillor Smith?
Mr Mayor, I'm quite happy to incorporate a pay, that we're paying for it and wherever we can possibly get it for free. Unfortunately, they haven't done too much for free, but I'm sure we'll be paid for it.
Time is of the essence,
Yep.
right? So
Correct.
So we have to pay,
Yep.
Okay.
No, happy to incorporate that, thank you.
So incorporated.
Thank you. And second question, can we go into confidential to discuss the contents of the letter or you know?
Sure, we can.
Thank you.
We can seek a motion to go into confidential, but I was just wondering, before we go into confidential and members of the public are sort of not available, are there any other questions that councillors would like to ask for the benefit of the public? Because, yeah, this is basically, could go on for a while.
I have a minor
Oh,
question.
Councillor Lennon first, your light's on. Do you
Well, I wasn't going to ask a question, I was going to speak, but given Councillor Alec Taylor's a question,
So just a quick question, actually for you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
If we endorse this and it goes forward, would you engage with us as a council body on the content of the letter?
Oh yeah, I would engage with all of you to say, what do you want in this letter? Can we agree on something to write? Look, ultimately I could do whatever, but I think it would be not very wise to do it without the input of other councillors. Any other things before so I seek a motion to go into confidential. So moved by Councillor...
To go into confidential,
moved
thank
by
you.
Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Ward. All those in favour of going into confidential, so that is unanimous. So now we will get the staff to make the relevant arrangements in accordance with Section 10A of the Local Government Act and the resolution of the Council earlier this evening. this item is confidential and discussion will be closed to the public. We will ask the members of the public and press, if any, to leave the chamber, and I will ask for council staff to suspend the webcast and close the doors. All right, everyone. So council has just had a confidential session to discuss this business without notice. The motion was that the mayor be delegated the authority to publish an open letter in paid and unpaid national, metropolitan and local news publications to address council's concerns about the impacts of both SEPs. That motion was carried. It was supported by, do I have to name all of them? It was supported by all of the councillors except for Councillor Greg Taylor, who voted against. As such, given that it was 9-1, that motion was carried. Now, is there any other business without notice, subject to clause 9.3 of the Code of Meeting Practice? If not, we move to questions with notice, of which there was none, and site inspections, which there were none. So we are now up to confidential matters. In accordance with Section 10A of the Local Government Act and the resolution of Council earlier this evening, the item C1 is confidential and discussion will be closed to the public. So I seek a motion for item C1, which is regarding Linfield Village Hub, to be put in confidential. It was, what? Okay, it was moved by Deputy Mayor Kay. It was seconded by Councillor Spencer. All those in favour of going back into confidential? That is unanimous. So we will wait for staff to make the arrangements and confirm. So, welcome back, members of the public. We had a very healthy and lively debate in confidential. We had a situation where there was a motion that the current procurement process for the LVH project be terminated. Following that motion, there was an amendment, which was the staff's recommendation, which it is what the staff had recommended for item C1. However, the staff recommendation as an amendment was defeated, 4 verse 6, and so did not become the motion. Then we had the motion, which was that the current procurement process for the LVH project be terminated. The vote for that was 5 verse 5. And then for myself, as the person who holds a casting vote, I chose not to exercise the casting vote. And in a circumstance where there are an equality of votes, the motion collapses. The motion does not succeed. So what's happened with item C1 is that we had nothing that was successful. It's lapsed. So now we move on to the conclusion of the meeting. There being no further business, I would like to thank councillors and staff. I would also like to thank members of the public for their attendance. The webcast of this meeting will be available on the council website, and minutes will be published within the next 2 working days. I declare this meeting closed at 11:11 p.m. Oh wow, 11:11. Right, enjoy your night. Thank you, everyone.